في حنايا دارك تسكن الذكريات، باعثة الإلهام لأحلامك. جنباته التي تبعث دوما شذا الحنين، تحيطك أينما ذهبت، تحميك، تشعرك بالأمان. مع كل خطوة وبكل لمسة ستشعر دوما أنك في السعودية، دارك فوق السحاب. في حنايا دارك تسكن الذكريات، باعثة الإلهام لأحلامك. جنباته التي تبعث دوما شذا الحنين، تحيطك أينما ذهبت، تحميك، تشعرك بالأمان.
timeline on this, and then I remember when we started, and then we were like, can we do this? And we said yes, and then we tried to do something exceptional. Everybody came together. I know there were some bumps on the way. So, and the pleasure. Good luck for the rest of the week. Thank you very much. Or whenever, right?
I'm not finished yet.
No, maybe we'll meet the next door, the metaverse. That's the next year. Stay safe, stay healthy, and have a very successful week. All the best. Thanks.
goede insteek.
world's first object-based cinematic audio. With powerful moving audio that transcends from channels to moving around you with pinpoint accuracy. Whether the soundscape fits the mood of the scene.
Pull your vehicle to the side of the road.
Evidently. Okay.
Do you want to sit closer?
Sit ready?
Or you're okay? Yeah, I think we are ready, yeah?
Ready? Hi, everybody. My name is Brandy Janot. I am here on behalf of Adlaw, moderating for Presenting Impact with Najud Al-Murayhai. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Brandy.
Thank you. So everybody can hear? Okay. So today, as I said, we're going to be speaking about presenting with impact. Najud is a marketer by trade, and she has been very successful in the Saudi social media market. Go ahead and tell us a little bit about yourself, Najud.
Okay. So thank you so much for the introduction, Brandy. My name is Najud Al-Murayhai. I am a social media influencer, and I have a marketing degree. I specialize in international marketing. And I've been working specifically in the fashion industry for the past 5 years, 6 years now. So yeah, that's mostly it. And I know today we want to talk about creating positive impact. Something that I feel we struggle with usually is being asked that question in particular, which is, tell us about yourself. It's a very simple question, but I feel like a lot of us would actually struggle in talking about themselves because our society is built in a way where we don't want to sound too arrogant, or like you don't want to sound like you're saying too much or you're saying too little. So that alone is something that I honestly want to talk about with you guys today. How can you present yourself? How can you leave an impact? How can you, whether it's in a professional context, in a social context, whether it's through your CV, whether it's in your LinkedIn, whether it's on social media, how to be able to present yourself in a way that aligns with your personal brand. And what's really important for us to know is that every single person has a personal brand, whether we like it or not. We are just like brands that we see and we love and we deal with and communicate with. We are ourselves a brand. And there is a process for us to build that brand, to be able to present ourselves in a way that makes sense to us, that makes sense to others. And if I'm gonna give that in a very simple example, if I throw a name and if I tell you, for example, Oprah, what would be the simplest thing that would come to your mind?
Millionaire.
Probably, but what made her a millionaire?
She's a great presenter.
She
presents herself well.
So the same goes if I told you, if I gave you a name of Messi or someone who has already built a brand that you are very clear of and you know what they do. Same goes to us. Even if we're not public, even if we're not in the public eye, there are a few things that you associate with each person, and that pretty much depends on how that person presents themselves. How do they carry themselves? What do they tell you about themselves? How do they communicate that with you? So this is where I want to focus on, and this is where I would also love to hear questions from everyone if they have questions.
When you started the social media journey, did you start it with a goal of wanting to be popular, or did you just start it for fun? Did you start branding yourself from the beginning, or is it just something that you learned along the way?
So that's a very good question. To be honest, when I first started, I started very randomly. There wasn't a plan for myself for what I want to do, or I'm going to be doing this, I'm going to be working with this and that at all. It was me experimenting. And I think experimenting is a very important part of building a brand, because one of the most important factors for you to build your own brand is to be focused. And to be focused, you need to know what you're focusing on. So to be able to know what to focus on, you need to experiment. And this is something I would encourage everyone to do, is to experiment. Take some time to try different things. And this is what I did at the beginning. To be honest, I was completely experimenting with social media. I've always loved marketing. I've always loved being around people and with people, talking to people. And that just felt like a bigger outlet. So when I first started, it was me trying different things. I talked mostly about marketing and when I first started, and then I saw a lot of interest in fashion. A lot of people were asking me about what are you wearing, where's this from? And then I started building that more and more. But it wasn't like a written plan for myself that I wanted to do this. It was more of me trying things out.
You learned along the way.
I learned along the way, and then it became more of me focusing on what I want to do. And I was reading about personal branding, and Forbes had like a couple of elements for building like your personal brand, and one of them is being focused. Is being focused on what do you want to communicate to people? Who are you? And I know that's a very simple question, but it has a lot of depth into it, like who are you, even in a professional context. So once you experiment, once you try different things, and you sometimes would hate several things that you're doing, you will come closer to figure out what you like to do. So that's one. And then the other thing that's very important, and I would also encourage everyone to do that a lot, which is being consistent. A lot of people get bored easily, especially now. They get bored easily with what they're doing. They're like, I've done it all. There's nothing new for me here. I don't want to do this anymore. And you have to be consistent. A lot of people have that fear that they're saying so much. Even sometimes when I'm sitting with a brand and they're doing their marketing strategy and they're like, oh, but I feel like we've said that before. Yes, but you said it a lot to yourself, but you haven't said it enough to people. So that's also something really important, is being able to communicate messages consistently to people.
What advice do you have for people that feel like they're spreading themselves too thin so that they can actually focus on what their goal is?
So I think it depends on what they're doing. Like, are they spreading themselves too thin in different things? Because I would go back to focus and go back to put your energy in one or two things max and try to figure out these things. Like, don't try everything at once. Like, yes, experiment, but don't try everything at once, because that's only going to get you
So, for example, social
lost.
media. We have a plethora of social media. There's
Yeah.
LinkedIn, Instagram,
Exactly.
TikTok. Are you on all of them?
No,
Or do you
I'm not.
focus on just...
I am actually focused on few, because I feel like some of them are not for me.
Yeah.
Some of them will take so much time to create content on, and I feel like it will need a lot of energy for me to begin in that platform and understand that platform. So to me, for example, Instagram is my number one like platform, Snapchat, and then third is I would say Twitter. But you just have to, and that's just in social media, but I'm talking in general, like even in work. When you're doing something, you just need to give it more focus, more attention, and be consistent with it. Be consistent with it. I see a lot of brands, if we're talking on social media, for example, startups, who don't post regularly, who post once every 2 weeks. And then they always have the same complaint that we can't attract people. People don't know about us. We don't know what to do. And then when I sit with them and I hear their stories are incredible. So I'm going to go to the third factor, which is storytelling, which is something very important for every single brand, for every single person. Even when you're talking about yourself, even when you're talking about your experience in life, you need to be able to say it in a storytelling kind of way. Even your struggles, sometimes they shape you. They shape the way that you can present yourself. It can have the biggest impact. And if I'm just going to give an example from the back of my hand, for example, we have the founder of Apple. He had so many struggles starting the company. He was fired 3 times. But his struggles shaped him. It made him who he is. It gave him that legacy. And same goes to every single legend that we know. They had their struggles, and these struggles made them. So I also want you to put that in mind when you're building your personal brand, is to consider the storytelling from all aspects, whether it's your business, whether it's yourself, whether you're trying to say something, do say it in a storytelling kind of way. Try to tell me a story.
How can people learn to be better storytellers?
That's a very good question. I think you learn to be a better storyteller by reading more stories, like listening to stories of other people, see stories of brands that you like, for example. And you'll see that a lot with international brands. They always tell you something that is very simple. We founded a new foundation, for example, but they would never tell you, oh, here's our new foundation. They would actually go and tell you, this was discovered because we did something, and someone was inspired by I don't know what, and there is a whole story that makes it interesting. And that packaging of a storytelling is the strongest. And I always give the example of Nike because it's one of the strongest storytellers in the industry. And to you as well, when you're storytelling about yourself or about your business, you need to be able to tell people your messages through a story. Don't just tell me, oh, I have new shoes here. No, just tell me what was your inspiration, where did that come from? So it's building that around your story in general that makes the difference, I would say.
As designers, we all believe in storytelling,
Yes,
so
I'm
we
sure.
completely get this. So you also say be ready to fail.
Yeah, so that was the next point. And honestly, when I was reading it, I completely agree with that point as well. We hate to fail. Nobody loves to fail. Nobody loves to admit that they have failed in something. But it's part of the process. It's part of the journey, and it's part of you learning and growing. And I think it's honestly really important for you to fail, because I do feel like if you never fail, you never grow. You never learn. You never figure out what's next for you. And sometimes failure can be the best thing that ever happens to you, because it can take you from one place to another. So it can take you from being fixated on something to actually moving into something else. So yes, actually be ready to fail, because when you experiment and when you're trying something, there are certain factors that you cannot control, whether it's in your business, whether it's in your own personal identity that you're trying to communicate. Sometimes you won't be able to communicate it properly. Sometimes certain glitches might happen, and that's also fine, and that's also part of the process, and it's also part of the journey. And then another thing that's very important is to practice. So for example, practice presenting yourself. As simple as that. Practice, if I ask you, oh, tell me about yourself. A lot of people would actually stutter a bit before talking about themselves, just because we're not used to do that. So I would say practice, live your own brand. Like whatever you feel represents you, try to tell it to yourself so you can actually tell it to others. And I feel like that's something very important, and something I wanted to do with people as well. I don't know who's going to be comfortable to like just literally present themselves. Like, tell me about yourself.
So one thing I like about you, Najoud, is you're very friendly and she's very professional. It always, people remember that. And when you present herself, this is something nice that people remember about her. She's friendly, she's kind. These are the kinds of things that you want with your personal brand for people to remember about you. This is when you get the callbacks and you get companies that want to do business with you. They want to continue to work with you. These aspects are very, very important in branding yourself.
True, and it's also important. It's as important in a professional context to be kind, to be friendly, to be able to be receptive to people and have that conversation with them. And thank you so much for saying that. But I do believe that also being professional, and if we're going to talk about impact in the professional context, that's also something that, yes, it comes with practice, and sometimes as simple as saying, oh, I have a friend that's funny, I have a funny friend, I have a very serious friend, I have a friend who's more like authoritative as a figure. So it depends on where do you want to go and what do you want to do. I would like say some people are, so for example, comedians, for example, as their personal brand, they're always seen in that context. However, when they're talking about something serious, sometimes people find it hard to relate, because they've always have been seeing them in that aspect, the comedian aspect, you know. So that also applies to each and every one of us. You just need to figure out, what do you want to present? What do you want to say about yourself? Like, try to put it in like 4 or 5 characteristics. I'm serious, I'm a hard learner, I'm a hard worker, whatever that was for you. And then that would be the thing that you practice. You practice saying, you practice doing, until that becomes your personal brand that you actually share with people.
So one more thing we were talking about earlier, we were talking about how it's important to find your brand, to present with impact,
Yes.
but also how to find the target audience. How did you find that you felt like you found your target audience?
Okay, that's a very good question. So if we're talking about social media, if you have a business or you have a social media account that you want to, for example, activate, whether it's your own, whether it's your business account, finding that your target audience will depend on what do you do. So for me, for example, I work in fashion. Most of my followers are interested in fashion in particular. So it comes down to me creating content that is related to fashion, related to luxurious. For example, I mostly work with luxury brands, so to be focused on that and to create content in that aspect, not to divert a lot. Yes, you can always include the lifestyle, you can always include more elements. Like I speak about motherhood sometimes, but my main focus is fashion. My main focus is fashion and marketing, hence my education, my background, and so on. So your target audience will come if you give them the right content, specifically on social media. And I feel like that's a struggle to a lot of businesses, is that they don't know what kind of content they should put out there. And we go back to being consistent, because sometimes people get really frustrated easily. They're like, we've tried this, we've tried doing even the social media, the paid like campaigns on social media, and you can have like a specific target audience, but it doesn't work. And you just need to be consistent, and you have to keep on going, and you have to keep on creating content, and that will get you your target audience. Another thing you can do is to align with the brands that has your target audience. So, for example, if I'm a library, for example, and I want to cater to kids, I would focus on finding schools, I would focus on finding educational centers, I would focus on finding entertainment centers and try to do collaborations with them, try to find a way to expand my reach through different partners who would share the same target audience as I do.
When you first started out, did people approach you or did you have to approach them?
I approached people a lot.
Can you let everybody know how you can approach people to start out?
Yes, I approached people a lot. And this is something I have, like, I always say, like, very happily, honestly. I've never been one of the people who sit down and just wait for things to come to me. And I hear that a lot in the industry, and it really makes me sad, because that's not how it works. I honestly love going to brands that I love and just tell them, hi, my name is Najud Ramehi, I've worked with 123, I have this background. My followers are this type of target audience, I would love to work with you. And I've done that with a lot of brands that I personally love. And we've established a great relationship. And that relationship became consistent, and it grew. And honestly, it became like working with family.
You have to put in the work.
You have to put in the work.
I think this is what so many people don't get. They think, like you said, it's going to come to you naturally, but you have to put in the work. You have to call people. You have to get out there. You have to
and you have to do it
stay
without
consistent.
being shy. Like, a lot of people feel like they're shy to do that. Like, oh, I don't know if it's going to sound right. If I go and I approach them, no, I want them to come to me. It doesn't work that way. You need to go and specifically if we're talking about social media, and you want to work with people in the industry, go and approach people. Actually, scratch that. Not in social media only. I think in every single field, you need to go and approach people and be open to like get even rejections from certain people. Like, oh, we can't do this, we can't do that, and that's also a process. It will teach you. I do remember like talking to a brand that I really wanted to work with, which is one of the brands that I work with a lot now. And when I first approached them, they told me, I don't think we can work with you this year, but hopefully next year. And I'm like, sure, tell me what I can do this year so I can improve it and work on it. And I actually did. I took these notes into consideration, and I spent the whole year developing my content, developing my relations, developing like the way I perceive the work in social media as an industry in general. And we literally started working together the next year, and I was so happy because it felt like a milestone to me. And it's never been something that I shy away from, is to go and talk to people and approach them and tell them, yes, I would love to work with you. And I still do it with even small brands that I think are amazing and they have a lot of potential. I would go and I would approach them and tell them that I would love to work with you. So I would honestly encourage everyone to do that.
So what are the key takeaways that you have for the audience, for people that are struggling to make that impactful presence on themselves personally?
So first of all, I would say experiment as much as you can. Experiment. You need to experiment to figure out what you really love, what you really want to do. You will find your way. When you find your way, I would tell you focus. Focus as much as you can. Focus on what are you sharing, your messages, what do you want to put out there, what are you putting out there, and it will come back to you. I would tell you to honestly be prepared to fail, be prepared to listen, to have so many no's, be prepared to have moments that are very hard, and that will only add to your experience, it will only make you stronger, it will only build your experience more, and it will become part of your personal brand, it will become part of your journey. I would tell you to go and put on the work and go approach people, whether it's a job, whether it's something that you want to do, whether it's a collaboration, whether it's a business. Go approach people, go fight for what you want to get and never shy away and never wait for things to come to you. Go for them, and inshallah they will come back. And I honestly tell you this from experience. When you go and when you put in that work, it always comes back. I would tell you practice the things that you want to do, even if it's as simple as literally presenting yourself. Just practice that. You can practice with someone that you're comfortable with. You can practice in front of a mirror. I know that is like something that we often like shy away from, like even practicing in front of a mirror, like saying, "Oh, my name is la la la, and I'm 1 2 3 4." But this will actually help you whenever you're in a professional context or a setting, and you actually want to introduce yourself. It will become much easier for you to do so. So I would say practice, focus, and literally go for what you want. And every single contact or endeavor that you have, whether in a professional context, whether in a social context, will be part of your personal branding. So do take care of it. Whenever you deal with someone, whoever that person was, always try to be present, always try to be aware, always try to be kind with the people that you deal with. And I think that all comes back to you. And I think that what I would mostly say, and definitely be genuine. Learn from people that you love, learn from people that you find inspirational, take parts of their journey, read about them. Like personally, I read about Huda Beauty a lot because to me she's an incredible example of how she built herself and how she failed and how she left a company and started her own thing. So I take that inspiration and try to put it into my own journey with staying as authentic as I can to myself and to my voice and everything. And yeah, I think that's mostly what you do. You just have to put in the work and go for it.
Thank you so much, Najud.
Does
anybody in the audience have any questions?
Please ask. If you have any questions, please ask.
What is the least media that... We've mentioned top 3 media's platforms.
Yes.
And after 5 years of trying, I've realized the same configuration.
Yeah.
So what is the least media that doesn't really help the designers or the marketing?
So I think every social media platform is built for a certain purpose. So for example, you have YouTube. It's, first of all, the platform is more male-dominated than female-dominated, which is literally the algorithm. Instagram is, I would say Instagram for designers is the #1 platform. You'd see a lot of big brands moving to Snapchat lately, just because it's more creative. But I do feel like all the big brands, like Chanel, Dior, you name it, they're all focused on Instagram, and it's their #1 platform. And then comes, I feel like Twitter is the least of like the work I see on Twitter for like designers in particular. So I would say yes, I would say Instagram and Snapchat, and definitely like your own website is also a platform that's very important. If you're talking about designer, if you're talking about bloggers, I'm going to tell you it depends on what do you want to put out as a context or like the content that you're doing.
May I ask another question, please?
Yeah, please.
Branding or promoting an interior design business, because that's bigger than just a product.
Yes.
Where it is easier to merchandise if it's a beauty or fashion.
Yes.
But what if it's a service? How do you promote that? That's a very difficult issue we face as an interior design community.
Okay. That's a very good question. And I'll tell you what I see with interior designers a lot is that even when you're promoting the service, you need to put in the work that you have done. So I would say share with people your end result. Share your work. And I feel like every single successful designer that I've seen, and I would still tell you it's Instagram and Snapchat for you, it's you sharing your end work. Like show me a place that you worked on, show me some of the interior sketches that you've done, and talk about it. I see a lot of interior designers, when they give out information, people start to build that trust in them. So never feel like you don't want to give out information because you might be, you can, for example, be paid for this. No, do share the information. And you'll see that with doctors, with interior designers, with literally everyone. The more you share your knowledge, the more people will trust you and trust. Yeah, they will trust, and they come to you for their houses because interior design is very sacred. It's someone's home, it's someone's building, it's someone's project. So, do actually share information. Try to share different types of designs that you've worked on, and share your end results, even as a service. Share your end result.
Thank you so much.
You're
That's
welcome.
amazing. We have one more question.
First of all, thank you very much for your
You're
talk.
welcome.
My question is related to honesty and expectation management. If you read the stories of people, they're almost in all cases are promoting themselves in the best way.
Yeah.
And that's logic, that makes sense. But meeting these people in the end, that might be slightly different than they really are.
Yeah.
Sometimes you read things like, ask me for this, but don't ask me for that. So is that an aspect to be taken into account from your experience? Is it wise to, I work with a lot of young students and discussing this, and they ask themselves, I don't want to do this or that and that, but I hesitate to write that down. Do you have some experience with that? What would be your advice in this?
So, are you just so I'm gonna make sure that I understood your question right? Are you talking about like being genuine in general? Are you talking about people on on social media platforms, and how genuine can you be when you're sharing an experience?
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, unfortunately, that's a problem that is very common. Yes, you might see a lot of people on social media who are not what they appear or whatever, but I do feel like being genuine is something that you can tell, and you can literally see if someone is genuine and if someone is not. And you would see it in their day-to-day activity. You would see it in how they carry themselves. You would see it in so many aspects, honestly. And I feel like, yes, social media has definitely, it's a big dilemma in how it created that whole world of that is based on perfectionism, and that is based on creating an image that is sometimes not so true. But if I'm going to give you the counter argument, even if I sometimes show something in my house that's a bit messy, people are like, oh my God, look, your house is so messy, and why is it so messy? And so people don't want perfect, they tell you they don't want perfect, but in reality they do, which is a different conversation. It's a big conversation, but it's true. I feel like every single time I try to share something that is very genuine, and that is a struggle for me, people will take that context and completely switch it. Like, they don't want to see that. They want to see the perfect. They want to see the beauty of it. They want to see the polished part of everything, you know? So I think that's a big dilemma that we face nowadays, yes, but it's a two-way street. Like, it's not just the influencers, I would say, but it's also people. Like, they wouldn't, whenever they're presented with something that, even I would give you like a very small example. Like, I saw one blogger posting about her stretch marks post-pregnancy, and there were a lot of comments like, oh my God, that's not nice, and it was like brutal. And she was just trying to share something that's authentic and real, and not brushed and photoshopped. But sometimes people don't want to see what's real, and that's a different kind of struggle.
And it's probably culture related. Your culture is different. I'm from the Netherlands, so we're quite direct and somewhat blunt, so compared to this kingdom.
My culture is like this, Najib.
Yeah, which one?
The American culture.
Is it the one that wants everything?
They
the
want
polished?
everything polished.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, it's the social media effect. I say it is.
Hey, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Guys, please ask me if you have any questions. Wallah, I'm here for you, whatever you need.
Hi. Can I ask the question in Arabic because my English is very bad.
Please, تفضلي. Yes.
أنا أبغى أسألك إذا أنا عندي مثلا كذا اتجاه وعندي أكثر من هدف، كيف أبدأ أو أعرض ال ما أدري إيش السكيلز حقتي، فمن وين أبدأ وكيف مثلا هل أسويها على مثلا سنوات؟
Yes. شوفي بقول لك واحدة من الأشياء اللي قالها توني روبنز وأنا مرة I love it. يقول we overestimate what we can do in a year and we underestimate what we can do in 10 years. دائما لما يصير عندك أهداف قسميها، لا تحاولين تسوين كل شيء بوقت واحد. ترى أنا كان عندي هذه المشكلة، أبغى أسوي كل شيء في هذه السنة، كل شيء أبغى أشتغل في السوشيال ميديا و I want to start my own business و I want to do travel and it's not real. الحياة صعبة، الحياة فيها كثير متطلبات وكلها تستنزف وقت وجهد. قسميها. ما أعرف إحنا ليش هذا الجيل نحس إن في أحد راكض ورانا. ما في أحد راكض ورانا، قسوت ما في أحد راكض ورانا. We end up not enjoying، ما نستمتع بشيء من كثر ما إحنا نحس إننا نركض صدق نركض. أقول هذا الشيء لنفسي قبل ما أقول لك إياه. قسمي your goals وحاولي قد ما تقدرين إن أنت تستمتعين بكل واحد فيهم وأنت تسوينه literally، ومهما كان صغير it will come. لا تستعجلينه.
شكرا.
Anybody else have any other questions? Here.
You mentioned approaching companies that you dream to work with.
Yes.
As young designers, how do you know that you're ready to take the opportunity, and you know that you're ready to deliver the same quality of services that the company already has?
طيب, I'll tell you something that you might not want to hear, but you will never be ready. أنا إلى الآن I don't feel like I'm ready for so many things. And I promise you there will never be the time اللي حتقولين فيه I woke up I'm ready. It will never happen. You have to figure it out as you go. Do it and learn as you go. والله هذه tip سمعتها من عمر الجريسي مرة و صدق I live by it now. إنه you will never be ready. No matter how competent, no matter how good, no matter how strong or big, you will never have that feeling 100% إنه خلاص I'm ready. So just go and learn as you go. تعلمي بالطريق. Don't shy away. Go approach that company. As I told you, أنا صدق أول مرة I approached the company, they told me I don't think we're ready to work with you now. We'll try to work with you next year. I took all their tips. قالوا لي اشتغلي على كذا اشتغلي على كذا. And I actually did. And I was ready. But don't wait until you're ready. Okay.
Hi.
Hi.
How can I find my way?
Experiment. أقول لك قصة بس ما أبغى أطول، بس بقول لك قصة على السريع. طيب. أول ما تخرجت من الجامعة وتوظفت في مكان كنت أقول خلاص اتوظفت في marketing agency which was one of the biggest يعني internationally. اشتغلت في TBWA. And I'm like that's it. I'm working at TBWA خلاص I own the world. طيب. 3 months later I realized إن I hate what I'm doing. I really hate it's not for me. Advertising is not for me like the industry. So I went to my dad I remember and I'm like I failed and I hate failing and I'm an A student and I worked so hard and I got into TBWA بس I'm miserable صدق I hate it. قال لي you know what cross it off your list. خلاص شيلي advertisement من your list يلا اللي بعده. رحت اشتغلت في sales. I worked in sales. I'm like, yes, that's it. I love sales. I'm going to do really well in sales. I hated sales. Hated sales. I really hated sales. Again, I went to my dad and my dad's very like strict as a person, ها؟ يعني مو بإنسان يقول لك قال لي خلاص حبيبتي you know what? Cross sales off your list. والله العظيم I did. I crossed sales off my list. And then I was like, you know what? I think I want to work in PR more. I think أنا كماركتينج أحب PR أكثر. And صدق اكتشفت إنه I was built for it. لما اشتغلت فيه ولما جربته ولما حسته صدق I spent تقريبا 2-3 years كذا قاعدة أتخبط. And it's okay. And it's you will find it. بس انطلقي جربي. Go try things out. طيب. Do you have any other questions? Because I want to start my talk. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you,
so much.
Najoud. You
Thank
can learn more about Najoud on our Instagram at Adlaw for Design. We will be telling about Najoud and all of her accounts so that you can follow her. And you can watch this live streamed on Design Network's YouTube and also check back on Adlaw's Instagram. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
You want to take 5? Okay. I'll just take 5. And then I'll start with the princess.
Wait, it's still on.
I think they turned it off. Okay.
Okay. Huh?
You're okay with the questions?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm fine with them. You would have heard from me if I wasn't.
Okay.
Do you remember Reem, who works with me?
Of course I do.
Oh, the videos are up.
And I just want to make sure my mic is on.
My mic is on.
My
علي
mic
صوتك.
is not yet on. Hello? It's on? It's on? It's on? Okay, it's on. Okay. And I always hide my phone.
Sit on your phone. I always sit on my.
مسموع.
Microphone.
Yes, now it's on. Okay.
Okay.
طيب. Okay. Let's start.
Just go for
We're
it.
good to go? Okay. طيب أول شيء شكرا لكل أحد معنا اليوم في أظلال. Yes, now it's on. لكل أحد معنا في أظلال وسمو الأميرة. Thank you so much for having us in أظلال.
Thank you for being here.
It's been an amazing journey for أظلال. أعرف أنكم ما شاء الله قطعتوا شوط طويل وكان في كثير مراحل حلوة الأظلال ونجاحات كثيرة. فاليوم عندك إعلان جديد إن شاء الله حيكون جزء من الرحلة. إذا ممكن تقولين لنا عنه.
زي ما تعرفون احنا صاير لنا 3 سنين شغالين على البحث حقنا، ومن خلال البحث حقنا اكتشفنا يعني معني ما احب الكلمه بس النواقص او الاشياء التحديات اللي موجوده عندنا في المجتمع التصميمي. بناء على التحديات هذه كونا what we call our master class program. الماستر كلاس بروجرام هذا اسمه عبور. فنحن جايين اليوم بس عشان نعلن عن الماستر كلاس بروجرام. عباره عن ماستر كلاس سنة كاملة. حاولنا أنه نجمع فيها جميع الأشياء اللي حسنا أنه ممكن تدعم الطلاب والناس المصممين اللي توهم مبتدئين، من المهارات، من التكنيكس، من هذا. وبصراحة الميني ماستر كلاس اللي سويتيه وأحب أني أعلن أنه وجود مشتركة معنا في الماستر كلاس حقنا. من كلاس اللي أنت سويتيه هو عبارة عن شيء من الأشياء اللي لفتت انتباهنا، أنه في كثير من المصممين يركزون فقط على المنتج، يعني فقط على أنه هذا البورتفوليو حقي، تشوفوا شغلي، شوفوا هذا، وما يعرفوا كيف يعني يعبروا عن نفسهم، كيف يقدموا نفسهم. يعني it's not just البورتفوليو، هو الموضوع كله. يعني لازم أنت تعرف كيف تخلي الكلاينت ولا الشخص اللي أنت يعني حتقابله يثق فيك عشان يثق في شغلك.
أوكي. طيب أنا وأنت لما حكينا آخر مرة قلتي لي إن البروجرام هذا جاء من زي ما قلتي تحديات شفتوها موجودة في السوق تحتاج إنها يعني تتغطى أو يعني تجت covered من خلال البروجرام. إذا ممكن تقولي لنا شوي إيش الأشياء اللي سويتوها حتى كريسيرش عشان طلعتوا بفكرة عبور بشكل عام؟
الريسيرش حقنا كان على فترة زمنية طويلة. حاولنا أنه بالفعل أنه نتواصل مع المجتمع التصميمي، فركزنا على جميع أنواع التصميم اللي موجودة حاليا في السعودية. وطبعا كما نعلم مع التطورات كل يوم يطلع لنا شيء جديد ما شاء الله تبارك الله. وحاولنا انه كمان نروح انه مثلا كان عندنا فوكس جروبس كنا نجتمع فيها اعداد محدده عشان نتاكد انه يعني احنا قاعدين نكتسب المعلومات كلها. وكان مثلا عندك المبتدئين يعني مثلا الطلاب المبتدئين الناشئين وحتى المتقاعدين عشان ناخذ منهم وجهات نظرهم ونفهم منهم ايش الاحتياجات حقتهم والتحديات اللي هم يواجهونها.
البرنامج هذا ممكن تقولي لنا عنه أكثر من ناحية متى حيبدأ، التسجيل اللي فيه هل حيكون مخصص المصممين بشكل عام ولا حيكون مفتوح يعني مش بس مصممين مثلا في مجال الأزياء بكل التصاميم بكل مجالاتها؟
لا، التصميم في كل المجالات. نحن بالتحديد ما نحاول أن نركز على شيء واحد إذا إن كان يعني فاشن ولا أي شيء، بس يعني نحاول أننا نوصل بطريقة أنه نقدر ندعم الجميع بالبروجرامات حقتنا وهذا. ويعني نحن ما أنا ماني هنا عشان أعلم التصميم والأشياء هذه، يعني في جامعات أكبر وأفهم مني في الأشياء هذه. بس مثلا زي ما قلنا في مثلا سؤال جدا مهم بالنسبة للمصممين الشباب، يعني لازم الواحد إذا كان حيعرف كيف حيتجه، إيش الاستراتيجية اللي حيتخذها، كيف حيركز في عمله في دراسته في هذه الأشياء، لازم أول وأهم شيء إنه يعرف المحور اللي من أنا. ففي confusion كثير في الشيء هذا. أنا مصمم ولا أنا مثلا I'm an artist، أنا كذا ولا كذا، أنا يعني أنا مرة متمسك بالتقاليد ولا أنا هذا. فيعني في شيء إنه لازم يعني الواحد الإنسان يعرف يعبر عن نفسه. ففي نقاط كثيرة تساعد على الشيء هذا. في كمان البرزنتيشن، البورتفوليو، التكنيكاليتيز، الطريقة الاستراتيجية، understanding business, how to run a business وماني وهذه الأشياء كلها. يعني في أشياء تساعد. يعني أمس كان عندنا نقاش جدا جميل والأخ محمد خوجة كان قايل إنه بصراحة يعني إنه هو كمان هو he studied business. فعشان he studied business مرة هذا شيء ساعده في حياته. ونحن عندنا قاعدين نخرج أجيال ديزاينرز ما احنا قاعدين نعلمهم أي شيء عن البزنس. فمستحيل. فلازم يعني عليهم هم إنهم يروحوا ويكتسبوا المعلومات هذه. فنحن قاعدين نحاول إنه نعمل بروجرام شوية يعني يدعمهم في الشيء هذا، يساعدهم في الشيء هذا إن شاء الله يا رب.
أوكي، هذا إن شاء الله كله حيكون جزء من البروجرام حق عبور.
البروجرام اللي هو اسمه عبور حيكون لمدة سنة. حيكون طبعا احنا عارفين إنه طلاب وناس ستارت اب وشغل ما عندهم وقت، فهو عبارة عن ماستر كلاس واحد في الشهر، وفي حوالينه programs، في حوالينه كمان lots of talks، في أشياء ثانية، في mentorship throughout، في عندنا mentorship من المجتمع التصميمي اللي موجود هنا، وعندنا كمان mentorship من الخارج إن شاء الله. فيعني يكتسبون معلومات من جميع النواحي. يعني في كمان إذا شفتي يعني إن شاء الله يا رب الفكرة إنه يسجلوا، نبتدي السنة هذه إن شاء الله، وبعدين يكون عندهم مشروع تخرج ويكونوا هنا موجودين معانا في أظلال في مشروع التخرج حقهم إن شاء الله.
أنتم اخترتوا أصلاً سعودي ديزاين فيستيفال عشان تعلنون عن عبور.
صح.
إيش كان سبب اختيار الاثنين مع بعض؟ يعني ليش جاء إعلان عبور أو برنامج عبور في سعودي ديزاين فيستيفال؟
نحن يعني في أشياء كثيرة نحن أبغى أوصلها عن الأسبوع هذا. أولاً مهرجان التصميم السعودي هذا جدا مهم بالنسبة لنا كمجتمع تصميمي، يجمعنا يصير نتواصل مع بعض ونفهم بعض أكثر، هذا شيء جدا مهم. ثاني شيء طبعا نحن في مرحلة الآن أنه قاعدين نعلن عن الريبراند حق أظلال. نحن طلعنا الاندستري ريبورت حقنا، فنحن قاعدين ننتقل من مرحلة البحوث إلى مرحلة التنفيذ. فهذه خطوة من الخطوات خذينا. نحن نبغى نشوف يعني هذه المعلومات اللي موجودة في الاندستري ريبورت، نحن خذينا المعلومات هذه وحنكون عبور، وفي مشاريع ثانية إن شاء الله. فهي عبارة عن يعني شوف هذه الطريقة اللي أنتم تنفذون الأشياء اللي نحن دحين أعطيناكم إياها.
أوكي. وإن شاء الله اللي حيتخرج يعني في مشروع من عبور اللي يتخلصون من البروجرام حيكون موجود معاكم next
في
year.
مشروع تخرجهم هنا في إن شاء الله، وأوريدي
سعودي
متفقة مع سعودي ديزاين فيستيفال
أوكي.
إنه يكون مشروع تخرجهم عندنا هنا إن شاء
طيب
الله.
إن شاء الله يا رب. إن شاء الله للديزاينرز اللي موجودين أو ديزاينرز اللي حيشاركون، بس can you tell us شوية كيف ممكن يسجلون في البروجرام؟
إذا كان عندكم أي اهتمام في ال registration form, I hope it's working on the website. بس ممكن هم يجوا كمان على الويب سايت حقنا اللاندنج بيج، وفي حيكون في الأيقونة حقتنا إنه if you're interested in عبور register your interest. ونحن بعدها نشوف. أنا بس من الحين لازم أتأسف كمان هو البايلوت بروجرام، فيعني ما هو مجال جدا مفتوح ولا هو شيء كبير، بس أول سنة وإن شاء الله يعني حيكون المقصود منه انه يكون كل سنه ان شاء الله.
ان شاء الله باذن الله باذن الله. طيب شكرا مره سمو الاميره، يعطيك
شكرا
الف عافيه. ممكن ناخذ بس اسئله اذا احد عنده اي سؤال. طيب اي احد عنده اسئله؟ questions, does anyone have any questions?
good. تفضلي.
السلام عليكم. هل حيكون مفيد للجولري ديزاينرز؟
حيكون مفيد لجميع المصممين
في أي مجال؟
في أي مجال من التصميم.
أوكي.
نحن عاملينه على أساس إنه ما يكون مخصص لمجال محدد، لأنه عشان نبغى شيء يفيد العدد الأكثر.
أوكي ممتاز، شكرا.
في أي أسئلة ثانية؟ طيب thank you so much. Thank you. يعطيك ألف عافية. Thank you so much. وإن شاء الله again we will share على أظلال
نشير على أظلال على البروجرام، كل شيء حيكون موجود، وبعدين حيكون في أشياء كثيرة يعني إن شاء الله طالع عن البروجرام وتفاصيل جديدة بإذن الله.
بإذن الله. Thank you so much. Thank you.
شكرا.
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
1, 2, 3, check. Hello? 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3.
كويس ان شاء الله.
One, two, three. Check, check. That was loud, huh?
كويس.
Yours working?
ان شاء الله.
Hello? Little soft. You guys can hear me well? Yes? طيب, awesome. Shall we start? بسم الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أول شيء أحب أشكر أظلال اللي تواجدنا هنا اليوم. ما شاء الله معنا great panel. معنا من اليمين عبير الخلف، سلطان، والأستاذ فيصل from Lucid. أنا معاكم عبد العزيز العبيد. وإن شاء الله اليوم راح يكون لقاء ممتع. شكرا لحضوركم. فإذا ممكن نعرف عن بعض. نبدأ مع عبير.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. Okay. I'm Abir Al-Khalaf. I'm a product design student on my third year. I'm really interested in user experience and problem solving. I've always been a problem solver my entire life, and product design seems like a perfect fit. And thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm Sultan Saud. I'm an automotive designer, hobbyist. That's it.
Okay.
Faisal Sultan. I'm a managing director for Lucid Middle East.
Awesome. Abdulaziz Abayed, founder of FIDA, a design and innovation firm here in Saudi. And yeah, welcome all. Great to have you all.
Thank you.
How you doing, Faisal?
Good, good. How about you?
Awesome, doing great. I would like to get to have a sense of getting to know you. You have a wide range of experience in the automotive industry. If you could tell us a little bit about you and how did you get into the automotive industry?
Yes, I would love to tell you guys about how it all started, as they say. So since childhood, I guess I was fascinated by these moving things on four wheels, right? So what happened was my actually grandfather bought me a vehicle, a remote control car, and second day it was all opened up. The body was here, the tires were there. And that's how it kind of started, right from 4 or 5 years of age. I wanted to find out what drives these, beasts on the roads and what makes people like these things, right? So it just progressed from there, and graduated with a mechanical engineering degree in US, moved into a master's program for automotive, and then did my MBA, started my career with General Motors in engineering, moved to Ford in manufacturing, and then moved to Fiat Chrysler, where I was a plant manager, and did some about 10 years with Magna, which is an automotive supplier. And then moved to Saudi Arabia, and then worked here for about 5 years for one of the ministries, working on the industrialization of automotive for the country. and then ended up with Lucid, and that's where I am currently. My role is, as I said, a managing director for Middle East. So I'm basically responsible to expand the business and take care of the business in the Middle East region.
Wow, wonderful. That's great. So could you tell us a little bit more about like Lucid, how to start it, where it's located, a little bit kind of, about its history?
So I think a lot of people here know a lot about Lucid already. Lucid is passionately followed in Saudi Arabia, and we love Saudi Arabia also. We're greatly connected to the kingdom. Lucid is based out of Silicon Valley in California. It is a technology company that decided to really go into car manufacturing. We are inspiring to, really get into the sustainability portion of things. We're inspiring people to get into and contribute towards sustainability. And by doing the human, really looking at the human touch in making it, very attractive while we're doing this. So it's not just a car company. It's technology, design, fit, finish, luxury, post-luxury, all of that combined to make a product that is loved by all. And as you know, we've won the Motor Trend Car of the Year in our first year.
Congratulations on that. Yeah, wonderful. That's great, really. So how Lucid differentiates itself from different OEMs? Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, Lucid, is definitely a different company than all the others, because I think we started with, a goal to really get into a market, a post-luxury market, which really didn't exist for electric vehicles currently anywhere in the world. A lot of other car companies have tried to get into this segment, but they were using traditional OEM platforms, ICE platforms, and then trying to convert this. Where Derek Jenkins and his team in the design side and engineering, led by our CEO Peter Rawlinson and Eric Bach, they really developed it from ground up. It's one of those platforms that was started right from ground up. So, and it shows in the product, right? You can see the space concept. The vehicle has plenty of room, in the rear leg rooms. If you look at the front and the trunk, it's designed to perfection. A lot of luggage room, and then the refinement of the exterior and the interior. So, from that point of view, there was a real emphasis, from our engineering and design team to keep the product looking attractive and full of technology at the same time, keeping that balance of heart and mind, which I'll talk about a little bit later also.
Great. So it's right now all the vehicles are electric, right? At Lucid so far, yeah.
Yeah. So we've only introduced one vehicle, the Lucid Air. By the way, we have a pop-up in the Kingdom Center, and it's so the vehicle is there. Anybody who's interested to go and look at the vehicle is more than welcome to go. I think it's up till it's going to be up till Thursday or Friday of this week, and then we're going to be moving the vehicle somewhere else. So that's the vehicle that we have launched. We have started producing and delivering that in US. A lot of customers and a lot of cities have already received it. The journalists are going crazy on the car. The customers are going crazy on the car. We're sold out, for almost a year worth of orders. So, we have plans to introduce more platforms, but we are a full battery electric vehicle company. So all of our products are going to be electric vehicles.
Could you elaborate on that and tell us why electric vehicles are important to the world?
Well, the world is realizing now, and it's a little bit late in our judgment, that sustainability is really an important thing. People need to live in this Mother Earth for years and years and years to come. Our third, fourth, fifth generation really depend on us to be good corporate citizens, good, social citizens of the world. And one of the biggest things where the pollution comes is from industry and transportation. So electric vehicles are giving the option, for people to contribute towards that great cause of saving, the world and bringing it back to its natural state.
Awesome. As we know, like electric vehicles here in Saudi is kind of fairly new. So what needs to happen in Saudi to kind of adapt to the electric vehicle market?
It's really an education. A lot of people don't know enough about electric vehicles. I think in Saudi, as I said, a lot of people know about Lucid, and because of that, they've on their own researched a lot about electric vehicles. But around the world, that is a common issue where people just don't know the benefits of electric vehicles. Apart from sustainability, it is the technology has grown so fast in electric vehicles from, like, let's say 5 years ago. The range anxiety, which used to be a big problem where people used to think that they'll have to charge their vehicles for 3-4 hours, before they can go somewhere every day, is just not the case anymore. You can charge your vehicle once a week and drive it around, and then over the weekend charge it. In Saudi, I think a little bit of that education, and getting the customer know these facts is important. But then infrastructure definitely helps. Lucid has an amazing range, as you guys have heard, 520 miles. We're the largest range vehicle in the world right now. Where Tesla is, our competitor is in the 300s, we are in the 500s. So our car doesn't need to be charged, but we also want competition, and we want electric vehicles industry to grow, the market to grow. So we definitely think that infrastructure has to develop for the other car companies who have smaller range, so that their customers can buy some of those products also.
Faisal, talking about like competition, so who do you guys are competing with? Since you're just bringing that up.
So our product is, as I said, luxury products, right? So we are competing with Mercedes, BMW, Audi, Bentley, and that type of a product from a performance and also from a luxury point of view. But it is always a battle, because, as you said, there is always comparison between ICE and electric vehicle, and then luxury to luxury also. So there are two ways of competing and looking at the competitors.
Wow, interesting. So how Lucid is basically like in your perspective, in terms of getting, there's like high standards in terms of, or high expectations for Lucid in Saudi Arabia. So how Lucid would contribute to to the growth in Saudi?
Well, the biggest thing I think we are doing, and which is already happening, is educating the customer base about electric vehicles. That itself is a big accomplishment, and and as a byproduct, you're going to get the infrastructure. There's a lot of discussions that are happening that I'm aware of, private companies trying to get into electric charging, and looking at it as a business case, So that is going to be another thing that I think is going to happen pretty soon in the country. And then we also look at it from a point of view where the human skill development, right? So with companies like Lucid, when they come and have a presence in the country, what that will bring is some skill set development, some technology that is spillover technology that is going to come into the country. Supply chain eventually will come into the country. So all of this combined will have a much greater effect than just having one company like Lucid here.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Could you tell us a little bit about, like, the design of Lucid Air? A little bit about like the interior, a little bit about the the exterior.
So I think everyone's looking at this beautiful video that's playing in the background. That kind of shows everything about the exterior and the interior and the technology and how we've combined it. So as I was mentioning earlier, it's really a hard and mind concept. Heart being the human touch in the feel, the warmth, and the mind being the technology, the connectivity, the autonomous feature, the lightning, the beautiful lightning that we have, and it's functional, but then it looks beautiful. So when you combine both of those together, it just gives you a product like this, which is inviting you. So you can you can almost touch it with your eyes. When you look at a Lucid Air, you are looking at something so beautiful that you want to go close to it, you want to start touching it, and that's what the design did for us. And then technology takes over. Once the customer gets into the vehicle, turns the vehicle on, he sees a nice instrument panel that looked nice, but now all the functions are in front of him on the screen, the voice activation, the use of the leather, the Napa leather, the use of alpaca wool. These are some things that we used because they're not different, but because they're also helping us with the sustainability cause. Most of our material that we're using, we're keeping in mind how sustainable are those, when you produce those, when you process those, how much do you waste, how much emissions get. So all of that is in our mind when we're designing this vehicle.
That's very interesting. That's very, very cool. I want to open up the questions for Sultan and Abir over here. So, start with Abir. If you have any questions.
Yes.
Sure.
You mentioned that you are targeting your lucid cars are luxurious and for luxurious people. How is that reflecting into the design strategy and design language in lucid cars?
So, as a luxury product, we have to understand, what the customer is looking for. And, some of these features are reflected in our design because of that. Once you understand the customer's needs and wants, then you can incorporate that, the luxury feel itself, having sleek lines that are going across the vehicle. The vehicle itself is designed in such a way that, you have the openness. If you look at the roof of the glass roof, you almost feel like you're sitting in the open environment. But then when you look at the bottom of the car itself, it is very solid feel and it's darker colors. So therefore, it gives you the impression, the customer, that it is a very, very tightly controlled vehicle also at the same time. So that mix, and then having the premium material, right, that we've used, like I said, Napa leather, and wood grains that are not too shiny, but then not too dull, right? So these are little subtle things that the design team was able to do to make sure that the car looks as a luxury item also at the same time, and not looking, in some of our competitors, you can see the wood is too shiny and it looks plasticky. That's not what a luxury customer wants.
Nice, thank you. Do you have any questions?
عندي سؤال بس بتكلم عربي معلش. عندي سؤال وش ممكن تكون الخطة المستقبلية؟ وش الفئة الجديدة في السيارة؟ يعني سيارة واحدة ممكن رينج يعني حق السيارات ترجم لها عبد العزيز.
Yeah. So that's a great question. So the question is, right now there is one segment, and then are we? What are the plans in the future? Are we going to be like? Is Lucid going to have a different platforms? Different segments.
Yeah. So definitely, a good company, regardless in car or anything else, they would like to have a differentiation strategy, expansion strategy, and we also have an expansion and strategy. We are going to go into different platforms. We have already announced the SUV, the Gravity project. That is going to be based on the same platform as Lucid Air, but it will give more product range for us. And in the future, we will have more platforms for sure, covering other segments also. We will also continue to work on the technology side to keep ourselves ahead. We are right now the leaders in technology in electric vehicle, but we will have to work very hard, to stay ahead of the ball game, because others are catching up. You've seen Mercedes product outside, right? So they're all trying to get to the same range. They're trying to get to the same design features as Lucid is, and they are great companies, so they will continue to work and then come closer to us. So we'll keep working on having more features and more technology available also.
So could you remind us also, like, about the ranges that you guys currently have? I think you mentioned something earlier on that, but if you could just remind us, because I know it's striking.
Yeah, so Lucid is, as I said, the longest range vehicle in the world right now, wow. Lucid Air. We are at 520 miles, one of our variants in Lucid Air, which is about 840-ish kilometers on a single charge. So basically you charge a vehicle and you can go to Medina on a single charge, right? Which is phenomenal. Some of the big SUVs from traditional OEMs cannot do that. You'll have to stop at a gas station and fill a gas because their tank will be empty before 800 kilometers. So, so I think it's a great feature, but I think the range anxiety is going to go away. I think I believe that when people are educated enough about this EV technology, when they know that they can just plug it into their house every night for 1 hour, and then the vehicle will have enough charge for them to last another 2 days. I think that range anxiety is going to start to go away. Then you'll have to have different features. And what are those different features? We already have them. It's the design. It's the beautiful product. It's the invitation to buy this car because it looks beautiful. It drives smooth, and then that's what will work. The range, other companies will catch on the range also, eventually.
Yeah, I think like a lot of us, when we think about getting a car, we like to kind of test drive it and kind of get the feel of it. Are there going to be test drives out here soon?
So yeah, definitely we are going to have test drives as products become available. As I said, we're completely sold out. So currently, whatever we produce, there's a customer waiting for it. So we don't have many vehicles at our dealerships. We have 1 or 2 vehicles at the end. Those are display units only. And eventually, I think we will free up product in the future to start giving test drives. We did give a test drive to some of our customers in the Arizona plant. I have driven one, and I can tell you in my 24 years of working in automotive industry, I haven't driven a car like this. It is super fast, and it is as luxury as, a Rolls Royce. It's just an amazing car.
Okay, that's really cool. Any other questions from you guys?
عندي سؤال بس بخليه آخر سؤال. تفضلي. ما اللي سمعناه في الأخبار إنه بيكون في خطة لإنتاج لوسيد في السعودية في 2024. السؤال هنا وش الخطة إن خط إنتاج فقط وش بيكون دورنا حنا في السعودية في المراحل التصميم والريسيرش أو الإنجينيرينج هنا في السعودية.
Let me see if I'm a good translator. So, there are plans, you've heard about plans that Lucid will start production here in, you said 24 or 26?
I think
around that. So, what would be the role for for us here in Saudi to contribute to the development of the vehicle in terms of design or research and development?
Yeah, so Lucid has already started an office in the kingdom. We have our regional headquarters for Middle East already based in Riyadh. We have a team that has marketing, sales, finance, HR for the whole Middle East region sitting in Riyadh. And that same team is actually going to do whatever it takes to sell cars in the country successfully, and have an ecosystem that is successful for the company. So that's all I can say. We will have pretty much all the functions in the kingdom available in the near future.
Okay, great. Awesome. And yeah, I bet you have another question.
Yes. So Lucid is making a really strong statement so far, and I'm sure there are lots to come in the future. How is Lucid aiming to change the car industry, and how are they aiming to change the mindset of users? And maybe you can tell us more about that.
We're a new company. Definitely, we're in our infancy stages, but I think, as you said, we have made a lot of heads turn after producing our first vehicle, winning the Motor Trend Car of the Year. The journalists that have been studying electric vehicles for the last 4 or 5 years have given us, 2 thumbs up. They're just, Jay Leno, who's a big car enthusiast with 80, 90 cars in his garage, drove one and he couldn't believe what he just drove, right? So all of this is actually making a statement to the world, and that Lucid is here, and Lucid is the leader in electric vehicles, right? So once you can establish yourself with these type of endorsements, coming from experts in the industry, then the others really catch on. They say, whoa, you know what? We got to study these guys. We got to look at their, production system. We got to look at their design. We got to look at their, engineering. We got to look at their technology. Yeah, how did they do that? So I think that's how we're going to change it. We're going to change the EV landscape by being that leader that came out of nowhere and got the attention of the world in no time. So, but when you're at the top that fast, a lot of people start shooting arrows at you. So we have to be very careful also to stay at top.
Awesome, that's great. Maybe we think maybe if we get a little sense in terms of the design philosophy of Lucid, just so kind of, I see there's these beautiful renders out there, the vehicles driven around. So what was the design philosophy behind the vehicle?
Well, as it's a California-based company, so a lot of our color schemes that you see are basically based out of different locations. If you've been to California, and I know you have been, you know that you drive 1 hour from this side to this side, or greenery comes and the forest comes, sure, and a sea comes, and then the desert comes. So based on that, we were able to take that that concept and really develop our color schemes, our interiors, and they're time stamped. If you look at our vehicles, Mojave, it will have the coordinates where Mojave is located, and then it will have a time stamp that will basically be that this is the day when this was captured on a piece of camera, translated it back into color schemes, and then our design team and engineering team work together to make it happen in a car. So it's an interesting concept. It has never been done before, and then I think it gives that excitement to our customers. They love it. Mojave, Santa Monica, Santa Cruz. I think there is a couple of Tahoe. So all of them have their own little differences that are based on that concept.
Wow, that's great. Awesome. Well, I think we came to an end with our discussion here. Thank you very much. Faisal, Sultan, Abir.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure to be here at Adlal. Oh, we have a question.
Can you just tell us a little bit about how Lucid is already interacting with some of the entities that are here in Saudi and some of the programs that you have?
Yeah, so as I said, I think, one of the main things that we want to do is really look at the human capital and raising the capabilities of other byproducts and industries. So we have started with the PIF collaboration program for internship, where we have sent one batch of Saudi young talent back to Lucid, and they were trained in all sorts of engineering, hardware, software, manufacturing, supply chain, manufacturing, and then the first batch is already back. Some of them have accepted jobs with Lucid in California and are working there full time. Some of them have moved back here and taken jobs with other industries. And we will continue to do that. The second batch, actually, I met them today in the PIF office. And again, very bright students. And they're going to be heading out to New York and Arizona in the next month or so for a 6-month period, get trained, and then come back and fill the pipeline for us here in Lucid. We're also trying to work with companies like AEC and some of these companies that already have very good technology, and we would want to work with them to really develop their supply chain skill set so that they could actually become part of that supply value chain for not just for Lucid but globally eventually.
Interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I have a few questions actually. All cars have got several components, and talking about what concerned us is actually the design aspects. How do you design all the different components to be aligned with everything that is important for like the material used, the wood, is it plastic, is it fake leather, all these elements that's been, how much plastic are in the car?
Well, that's a tough question because I think there's a lot of plastic in the cars, but we try to minimize it, right? So our goal is to work on a minimal theory, which is to just put only what's needed. Let's not try to beef up the car with things that are not needed. And that shows in our design. It's a simple design. And we don't use fake leather. We use real leather. The Napa leather is actually real leather. And also the wood we use is real. So because of a luxury vehicle, you can afford to do that. Some of our competitors, in their versions of the other segments, they do use a lot of plastic and fake material.
Thank you for this. The second question, I really like how you've mentioned that all the other companies are trying to catch up, which is a good phrase to be used for designers instead of like they're copying you or they're following your lead. So now you've started this, the Lucid has started this. How are they going to keep up on top of the game?
Well, it's a hard thing to do, but when we did this vehicle, there were a lot of vehicles in the market already, and they had a lot of market share also. So we were able to do it against those guys, and I think we will just have to continue with the innovation, right? It's all about innovation. It's all about the market studies, what the customer wants. The customer needs change. The trends change over time. And you will have to change and adopt as a company to continue to bring products into the market that are highly attractive for the customers to buy.
Also talking about the maintenance issues. Again, as Mr. said, we've heard that it will not require much maintenance. It will need update. Is that correct? Or please correct me.
No. Software updates is for software. For hardware maintenance, You still have to go to a shop if something happens to the car. But because the number of parts are drastically lower in an electric vehicle compared to an ICE or internal combustion engine, it doesn't require to go to a maintenance shop. Like the regular maintenances, it doesn't need an oil change. It doesn't need a transmission oil change. It doesn't need, the powertrain itself in internal combustion engines have thousands of parts. The engine and the transmission itself, the gearbox. All of that kind of goes away with electric vehicles. You have a motor and an inverter and a charger. Those are the major components, and a battery. So all the others, the interior is very similar to ICE, but because of that mechanical systems going down, the number of parts going down, you don't require as much maintenance as you would in an internal combustion engine.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
Okay. As we come to our conclusion of our discussion, I would like to thank Adlal, thank Princess Noura for having us here. This is great. It's an honor for me to be with all of you here, Abir, Sultan, and Faisal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you all for being here.
Yeah, pleasure was mine. Thank you.
doing the live broadcast ولا؟ والله. Okay.
السلام عليكم، مساء الخير على الجميع. واليوم شرفنا الأخ خالد لو يعرفنا أكثر على نفسه وعن مجال عمله.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening. I'm going to mix between Arabic and English, and I hope that's okay. My name is Khalid Tash. I'm the Group Chief Marketing Officer for Saudi Airlines. Very proud to work for the national carrier of a country that is so dear to all of our hearts. And is going through an amazing transformation. My work in Saudi Airlines as a marketeer is very relevant, I think, to what's happening in the country. One of the main themes of the Saudi Arabian era that we are living in right now is about opening up the country and promoting the country that was a mystery and a secret to most of the world. And I think the airline plays a very important role in making people aware about Saudi Arabia, but also making it accessible. So a very thrilling experience for me so far. I've been with the airline for about a year now, and I'm very fortunate to be with you here. I'd like to thank Princess Noura and Adlal for the invitation. Very happy to be with you here in this session. And I really look forward to talk about things that may be helpful in the mission of Adlal, which I was inspired the minute I heard it, about bridging the gap between the academia, the government, the industry, and the design community. And I think we have great opportunities in Saudi Arabia in this age of transformation to do so.
So I just have a question because I was so pleased when the last couple of times I went through with Saudi Airlines and I saw the mosques with the Ghat al-Asiri.
Yes.
And somewhere inspired from El Sadu. I believe that this is the beginning. Do you think that the Saudi Airlines, they're willing to make more line which is related with the Saudi heritage? Especially, we consider Saudi Airlines the ambassador of Saudi all over the world.
Absolutely, and it's just the beginning. I can confirm that, and I can guarantee that there are a few things that will be coming in 2022. We're just starting the year, but we have some ideas that will materialize and hopefully become a reality very soon. I remember when I first joined, I had the pleasure of having a discussion with His Highness Prince Badr, the Minister of Culture. And back in 2020, the government, the leadership of the country made a decision that was a very clear sign that Saudi Airlines actually has a very important role to play in tourism and culture. And they appointed in the board of directors of Saudi Airlines a representative from the Ministry of Tourism and the Ministry of Culture. So it's almost like an order from our king and crown prince that Saudi Airlines needs to play a role in this. And I was fortunate to have a discussion with His Highness Prince Badr, and I was telling him that our ambition is to be the ambassador of Saudi culture and the first touch point, because any newcomer to Saudi Arabia, any new visitor who is coming to Saudi Arabia would probably start witnessing and experiencing Saudi culture when they board the Saudi aircraft. So
if he's in JFK or she is in Beijing, or they're gonna board the Saudi aircraft, and it's gonna be their first experience, the first time they interact with Saudi culture. So we wanted to make sure that we are the first touch point for Saudi culture. And I was talking to him about how we want to make sure that all the 5 senses inside the aircraft, so what they smell should be something that resembles Saudi culture. What they see is something that they feel this is Saudi. What they eat, what they hear in music, and he immediately supported the idea. The next time I saw him, he said, "I think you're not only the first touch point, you're also the last touch point, because when they are leaving, no matter how good, bad, or average their experience was, we also have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression once they are done."
So we are expecting to see, for example, what kind of changes in the Saudi Airlines, the magazine, the uniform, the food, the gift items, what?
All of the above.
All of the above.
We're actually now working in more than 12 different initiatives with the Ministry of Culture. We will start announcing some of them very soon, and with various entities, but primarily guided by the Ministry of Culture. The uniforms, the music, the food, the entertainment system, all in all, is something that we are revamping. The gift items are a huge opportunity for us as well. So a lot of interesting and exciting ideas that will come.
So are we expecting to have in the shop on air that we'll have all Saudi products? Do we expect to see Saudi products on the shop on air?
Well, maybe not all Saudi. Okay.
But partly?
But partly, absolutely. I mean, I was just looking at, first of all, I have to say I'm really impressed by the festival and what I've seen so far. One of the things we've just seen is the Al-Ula Design Award, and I have to salute the Royal Commission of Al-Ula. We are actually the day after tomorrow. No, today we're Monday. On Thursday, we are actually starting our first direct flights from Paris to Al-Ula.
Wow.
So it's a big
thing.
Yeah, we just announced it last night. So we're launching that flight between Paris and Al-Ula. When I was looking at some of the design ideas for products that I saw in Al-Ula Design Award, I immediately asked the team to get in touch with them to see what from these products can be sold in the aircraft, because I think people who come to Al-Ula, I went to Al-Ula for the first time, and funny enough, I went to Al-Ula almost a year ago. It was my first time to go to Al-Ula, and I went with 2 foreign friends, one American and one European, and both of them have lived in Saudi Arabia for more than 10 years maybe. And when we went there, they asked me, "Khalid, why didn't you take us here before? I mean, we never knew that this beautiful, charming place exists in Saudi Arabia." And I told them, neither did I. I really didn't know what we have. So it's very heartwarming to see what great culture and heritage we have, but also even greater to see now with the Saudi Design Festival and initiatives like Adlal, how we can take that heritage and culture and turn it into, sometimes we say commercial in a bad way, but commercial is good, industrial is good. So commercializing and industrializing these ideas, especially if it comes by our young people, is an amazing feeling.
I wish that you have been here with us yesterday to see really amazing Saudi designers, and they are doing very beautiful stuff. And I think the most important part is that we look how we can support them, how we can support those young designers to be to to produce and market their products on the earth. And I think it's one of our own responsibility that we have to do it all together, to help them and support them and show their really very creative work. Not only to the Saudis who are really taking Saudi Airlines, but also to the international people coming from all over the earth to the kingdom.
Yes, and one very important point I'd like to make also is that we sometimes look at design as something that comes as an extra thing and something that maybe companies or brands would do as not part of the main product, or this is an extra investment. It does not pay off to do it, but we actually think that that it's a commercial competitive advantage.
Of course.
The feedback that we have received from our masks is incredible.
True.
I think that the loyalty to Saudi Airlines from people who saw this as a very nice touch is important. So what started off as maybe a nice to have thing that we do turned actually to be an insight on how you can create commercial value. Sorry. Yeah. So I'd like to suggest maybe we brought enough masks for everyone, and I'd love to see if the team can distribute our masks, and I'd love to see them on all the faces that are with us here today. But it's a very dear story to my heart, and I think having the ability to move from the normal blue masks that existed when COVID hit the world and travel became not really not a very pleasurable experience. So people back in early 2020 and throughout 2021. People only traveled if they really need to travel. So they go there, they're afraid to catch the virus or to spread the virus, or so it wasn't the most pleasant experience. And I think the team that worked on the mask just tried to make something creative and would actually help people move
creative and fun in all of the crisis we've been in. I think it was
Absolutely.
really very good touch, and I think with a small, just a very small item. I mean, it catches the eye of everybody. I have just also one suggestion. Maybe it will help. I know that in Saudi Airlines also one of the gifts that you give is for the kids.
Yes.
And maybe you can come up with idea to relate this gift with the Saudi heritage. So it's a kind of awareness and educational part for the kids.
Absolutely.
So you start from the kids until the grown up, and I think this is how we build the awareness in each and every society. We start with the education, with the young children, and then so it stays in their mind until they grow up.
Absolutely. I was actually very impressed by seeing the initiative behind us, the Saudi Design Garden, and I was asking Princess Noura and then Dennis, I think, who explained to us how the process works, which is very important because one of the first step there says research,
right?
And I think research in a lot of the marketing, promotion, and design is sometimes maybe underestimated. People move directly into ideation or design. the masks were inspired actually by a very important piece of research that we did in Saudi Airlines that was asking people what made them feel safe or what would make them feel safe. And through that research, because we wanted to understand how can we make it more comfortable for people, the idea of going on an airplane during a pandemic that is impacting the whole world. And we wanted to understand what are people's emotions as they go and board a flight. And one of the clear themes that came through that research is that people feel safe in their home. So home is the safest place someone can.
Right.
And the reason why we selected the architectural archetypes of Saudi Arabia from the 5 regions was because we wanted to give that feeling of you're as safe as in your home. And that's why we used architectural design on the mask. So that's maybe the insight that we came out through the research. We actually produced a video that talks about the relationship between home and safety and feeling safe, which I hope we can play. Yeah, I think it would explain the concept in a better way, I think.
في حنايا دارك تسكن الذكريات باعثة الإلهام لأحلامك. جنباته التي تبعث دوما شذا الحنين تحيطك أينما ذهبت، تحميك، تشعرك بالأمان. مع كل خطوة وبكل لمسة ستشعر دوما أنك في السعودية، دارك فوق السحاب.
Very nice,
Thank you.
mashallah. I know that this is not going to be the only video about which is related to the home in Saudi Arabia, that you're preparing more than a video for this.
Oh, we're preparing a lot of ideas. Hopefully that will materialize very soon.
Thank you so much. So let me ask if anybody wants any question.
Oh.
Hello. Hello. Hi, my name is Brandy. I am an American. I've lived here since late 2008, and I'm a designer. I think most people in the room can tell you that I've been obsessed with the Saudi culture and heritage since I've came here. So it's nothing new to me, the patterns and everything. It's not a question, it's just a comment. But I remember when I first saw somebody walking by with the mask, I immediately noticed it. And then I started seeing more people, and I was blown away. I loved it. I think it's very nice. And for me, I thought it was such a beautiful story. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
شكرا. السلام عليكم.
السلام.
يعني I'm lucky I came by يعني without knowing that you are here, Mr. Khalid.
Oh,
I witnessed your achievement in the previous places, and I'm sure what you said it will be done within Saudi. But I'm seeking your advice. My sister also is a designer. What is your advice for the Saudi designers, as long as you are managing now a huge portfolio with Saudi group, not just the Saudi airline? What is your advice for them with this huge move for in-house the design instead of going outside the border like before?
In-house versus?
The design to be from our people, from our country. What is your advice to our designers, either if they are working in some places or with their own agencies?
So I think it's definitely the right time to be a Saudi in Saudi Arabia, and especially in the creative industry. My advice would be to to be audacious, الشجاعة in being in places like this. I think this is where we get connections. We were just next door in the there's like the marketplace, and we met one of the Saudi. We actually did probably 2 business deals in 10 minutes because they were in the right place at the right time, meeting the right person. So we were thinking, we have a new project in Saudi Airlines, internal project, and we have a wall that we wanted to create like an artwork on the wall, and we were thinking graffiti, or do we bring an artist, and we just met the perfect candidate, and we took her card and number, and we're gonna work with her. The other one was a perfume designer or maker, and we are actually now. You know, the wet napkins that we have in the aircraft, it has like, I think, some kind of a Parisian perfume to it. And we actually had a workshop yesterday where we decided that we will change it. And we just met the girl, and we took her card, and we said, tomorrow we want to have a meeting to work on the new scent for South. So I think being in kind of these kinds of events is important. Having the vision that I can design something that I go to Aramco, to STC, to Saudi Airlines. I think I would speak on behalf of my colleagues. I know the marketing team and the product team and STC and Aramco, and everyone is open to these ideas now. Everybody wants something that reflects our culture. I remember before I was with Saudi Airlines, I was with a ministry, and when the Crown Prince decided that all artwork in all government buildings must be by Saudi artists, we immediately found the need to go out and see who are the Saudi artists out there, how can we buy some paintings or buy pictures or buy... And we don't have enough platforms for that. There isn't like go to Saudi art gallery, or you have to have connections, you have to have... So people who have the courage, الشجاعة انهم يروحوا ويحضروا ويتعرفوا على ناس ويطرحوا افكارهم وكذا will be the beneficiaries of this age. So I would say go and take that chance. We are in the perfect age. Sorry, there is a story that I like to tell because I have my daughter is 21 years old, and the other day we were talking, and my son is 16. And my son, whenever he asks us for something and we tell him no, he calls me and his mother, he says, "Ento mama, you're boomers." Okay, so you're from a different generation. You're boomers, they are Generation Z. And so we had a discussion the other day about the difference between the generations. So I was asking my daughter, and she's 21. I asked her, so what generation do you feel you are from? You're Generation X or Z? Or she said, I'm Generation MBS. I can do whatever I want. Okay, we are living in a time of complete empowerment, and we can fulfill all our dreams. I think designers today have a chance to do something that was not done in the history of Saudi Arabia. This is Generation MBS.
Maybe we are just missing the right channel.
Yes.
A lot of creative people, they are looking forward to find the right channel, how they get connected to either Saudi, Aramco, whatever they can find themselves in. Mm-hmm. Maybe this is this is how we look at things, that we need to maybe they need more direction, mm-hmm. where to go, whom they should, the right person Absolutely. To approach, and so on.
But these are, I mean, it's very important. That's why I think it's very important to be connected and support initiatives like أظلال. I mean, the mission is to bridge the gap between the community, the industry,
Princess Noura, she's doing a great work regarding this.
Yes, absolutely.
Great. Actually, you've answered two of my questions while you're talking. First of all, I have to say salute, grand salute to Generation MBS. That's definitely an ADM we would like to use. And the second thing you mentioned, that you're coming over to the design festival where you will be able to meet the designers face to face and you find out what you actually really need. The most important thing, how do you actually initiate the changing or the adaptation to every time you have a task to adapt and change from the design world? How do you approach it, and how do you initiate the idea of searching for it?
A difficult question. I think
the reason I'm asking this because in the design world it's quite varied, and you probably need different kind of designs for different kind of needs.
Yes.
So how do you approach your design problem in order to reach to the designers?
So I think we're probably going to be struggling a lot more with that question in the near future. But now, because I think we're starting from an easy point. So today, if I look at تجربة السفر, the travel experience, almost nothing was reflecting our culture, or nothing was designed in Saudi Arabia by Saudis or for Saudis, etc. So it's very easy for us now to say, let's introduce the masks, let's change the uniform, let's change the food, let's change the. So we're starting from almost from a clean sheet of paper. I think in 2 years or 3 years, this will get oversaturated, and then we will need to focus our efforts and make sure everything is consistent with each other.
Would you suggest that a complete document with all the designers' lists, would that be a good help for you?
Absolutely, and I think something something like the Saudi Design Festival is also like a great platform, because I could already. So I'm already jealous from Al Ula Design Award. Okay, I want to have the Saudi Design Award, and hopefully next year we will. We can definitely do that. I was just actually telling the team.
Just to let you know, not all designers are in the Saudi Design Festival.
Absolutely,
not all of them. There's a lot.
I agree, and I think it's
the start.
It's a process, it's a process. I think it started as a Saudi Design Week, as I understand, and now it's a Saudi Design Festival, and hopefully in the near future we see it like a Saudi Design platform, where I just go and find all the designers but I really think that platforms like the Saudi Design Festival, like what أظلال is trying to do, is a very important step. I was really amazed by the ideas of how a simple idea like design something related to Al Ula, and the ideas that we saw were really amazing. I mean, there was a chess set that I would love to buy, and I was actually asking them if they can connect me to the design, because I just love the idea. And I think if we do a Saudi Airlines Design Award, imagine how much ideas we can get, and it's really the time to do this, because I really don't want the design community to feel that we are going to do this because it's like a social responsibility, or no, this is something that will define whether our airline is a success or not, because we're going to go to the world, and we need to be unique, we need to be different. Why would I choose to fly on Saudiya and not Emirates, or not Etihad, or not Turkish, or not KLM, or because we must create something unique for us, and we have something very unique. We have our heritage and culture.
So what is the message you are looking that people who are in Saudi Airlines, after I leave the flight, what is the message you want me to have? Saudi is welcoming you.
Yes.
It's a joyful flight. What kind of message you're working to or you're heading with Saudi Airlines?
So there are basics. Okay. So it's safe, it's enjoyable, it's convenient, etc. These are things that everyone is competing on. But what we want to differentiate our brand based on is something that amplifies what the country is trying to communicate to the world, which are two things: progressive but authentic. Okay? We want to be as modern, as cutting edge, as avant-garde as possible, but we want to do it in a very authentic way. Okay? When we talk about projects like Desert X, for example, and Al-Ula are a perfect manifestation of that. Projects like this, Saudi Design Festival, you come here and everything you see is something that has authenticity, but it's very modern, it's progressive, it's world class. So what we're trying to say is Saudi Airlines should be differentiated based on authenticity, but in a progressive way.
Okay. So this is the message which you're gonna give it to all the designers. Maybe we have some of the designers over here in the same place, and they want to, when they come to you to show you some of the Saudi designs they have, they should be AG but authentic.
Progressive
and authentic. Okay.
Hello, my name is Sarah. Nice to meet you. I'm a fashion designer, and as a fashion designer, I have a question for Miss Sumaya. How are you, Miss Sumaya?
Alhamdulillah, Habibti.
Which way that is the best to reflect our legacy? Like, your field is so much more about our legacy, our heritage. I want to know new ways to reflect it in a modern way, like in technology, as younger minds reflect it in the world, and that's my ideas. I respect your opinion.
This question is for me or for Mr. Khalid?
For you.
For me.
I respect your ideas.
Actually, whenever we look into the heritage things, I think that each and every piece was designed for a certain function, for a certain circumstances. So it was not just a design of a piece without really point that it has to be fulfilled in the design. You have to look into the design of what is the need of today. If you're taking an airplane, and I'll tell you one of my experience with Saudi Airlines. We have a whole department of very talented Saudi ladies. They're doing pottery. And the first time I took their coffee cups and went to Saudi Airlines, and I told them, it's not nice to give the people who are in the first class or the business class those porcelain coffee cups. We want to give them pottery coffee cups with designs that they should match with the Saudi heritage. And I thought that this is a great idea. But then the first thing they told me, yes, but now we have to know what is the weight of those coffee cups. How those coffee cups, how many coffee cups we should have it in one aeroplane. So when you design, you have to take those points in your mind. You have to fulfill whatever the flight needs in weight, in design, in number, and you have to take in consideration the amount of coffee cups that you have to supply for all Saudi Airlines, for example. Those are very important point to take them in consideration? And I think Mr. Khalid can tell us more better.
Absolutely, and I think that's so designing something for it to be adopted by a business, a company, to be sold, needs to take into consideration how feasible it is and how convenient it is for. Maybe one of the stories that was never told about the masks is that when we designed the masks, there was a government decision already to stop importing any masks from outside of Saudi Arabia to support the local manufacturers of masks. So we had these lovely masks, and we showed it to the Minister of Industry, His Excellency Badr Al-Khrayef, and he said, no, but no exception. You have to make them in Saudi Arabia. But there's no one in Saudi Arabia who can make it. Okay? We went to all the factories in Saudi Arabia. Can you print with this kind of design, the colors, the quality, the material, the quantities that we needed? We actually, I think, when I asked last time, I think we distributed more than 20 million masks so far. Okay? That's a big quantity. Okay? There isn't enough capacity in Saudi Arabia, and there isn't enough. So back then, this was like more than a year ago, and he said, okay, I will give you 3 months or 6 months maximum. You can bring it in from outside of Saudi Arabia, but you have to work very closely with Saudi factories and give them the guidance and give them the training and work with them and help them to improve their quality. And I have to say, he gave us permission to import. I think back then it was like 6 million masks from outside until we can build the initial capacity in Saudi Arabia. We only imported less than 1 million, and we worked with a Saudi factory who, for most of the 20 million masks, are produced by a Saudi factory led by a very talented Saudi woman. She invested, she worked with us, she challenged herself and her team to make it, and she made it happen. It's a great success story that we're very proud of. But yes, back to some of the questions that you or the answers that Saudi Airlines gave you when it comes to a cup of coffee. Yeah. It's very complicated. The weight on the airplane, the consistency. True. Sometimes it is very difficult for us to ensure, because if you travel on Saudi Airlines and you get used to drinking in a certain cup, if you go to another trip and then they don't serve the same cup, you get angry. You say, this is inconsistent. Why? So it's very important to have that in mind.
I think the specifications, that if is the general specification about each and every design that the designers could fulfill and look into it, I mean, this will make their life much more easier. So whenever they design or anything for Saudi Airlines, they should know the specification exactly.
Thank you very much. We are proud of you, really. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome, great. Assalamu alaikum. Ismi Abdulaziz La'bayed. I am Saudi's first transportation designer, so very familiar with designing things from scratch, especially automobiles, vehicles, things that moves, Tayarat, for instance,
Good, okay.
However, I think most importantly, so right now a good thing is that we're opening up, inshallah, very soon, the first design studio that will be specifically doing this type of work here in Saudi.
Nice.
Which is awesome. But I think most importantly, as you know, industrial design field is fairly new here in Saudi, There's a lot of products that could be designed by Saudis, I'm currently teaching at Princess Noura University, focused on product design, the ideas and how to develop them, We could always get into the manufacturing technology and all that stuff, but I think most important thing, you know, what we could highlight here, you know, is the need of sponsorship in terms of projects, you know, from companies like, you know, Saudi Airlines, you know, like the story of the mask is a great story, you know. And here I am, I'm wearing this mask that you guys gave us, which is awesome. Now, would there be some consideration in the future, like to sponsor some of these students' projects and have them design a cockpit for first class, or to redesign it to kind of really be authentically Saudi Airlines by Saudi designers, you know? Just to kind of maybe have a prototype or a showcase for the next, you know, Saudi design festival, you know? Could we have like a prototype that is produced by, you know, these students sponsored by Saudi Airlines? I think having such a support would really, you know, elevate and allow us to, you know, evolve all these, you know, elements that we have from our culture and expand it and share it with the world as well. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
You know, I was delighted to be here, you know, listening to your talk.
So will there be an opportunity to support, sponsor, enable projects and students like that? Definitely. There's something that Princess Noura is trying to set up and help us with that hopefully will she can announce very soon. But it's exactly what you're talking about. But also outside of that, we're very happy to entertain discussions with either firms or groups of people or individual designers who come with ideas that we might see relevant for us. We have a story actually of a Saudi student who was during his studying, his project was about something in our safety, I think, safety procedures, and we heard about it through social media, and we contacted him, and we figured out how he is about to graduate, so we actually hired him before he returns from. And that was a few months ago. So we hired him because of the project that he did, and that's why I'm saying it's very important for the designers to go out and speak about what they're doing. This is a student who shared his story on social media and said, I'm studying something related to safety. So I think he must have been in maybe industrial engineering or something, and he talked about his project. We got to know him. We immediately contacted him. We saw that he would be an added value for us, so we hired him, and we're happy to continue doing that.
Yeah, I think that's great. You know, it allows a lot of these graduates who are graduating from, you know, industrial design, designing, you know, beautiful products that would really, you know, improve our lives. You know,
absolutely,
in one way or the other. And I think, yeah, such initiatives would really, you know, allow us to grow and evolve. And most importantly, these young talents in the country. I think that would be fabulous. Thank you.
Absolutely. وعقبال ما تسووا لنا طيارة تسووا a prototype for an aircraft. Why not?
Do you have a budget in mind? يعطيك العافية.
الله يعافيك.
في أي أسئلة ثانية؟
Okay.
No. شكرا كثير خالد.
It was my pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much.